Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Hello. Chat. So, the negative comments have slowed down significantly on the tweet I posted 2 days ago, but there was one that really made me laugh, and I wanted to show it to you guys so you can all point and laugh. so, okay, so for context, right? In my Wuthering Waves videos, I was going through all the different combat systems and how they impact how the game gets played. Right? And I talked about one of the systems, which is the Forte system. And I said, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's not a real system, it's just the character, it's just a basically UI indicator of the character's kit. It's not actually, like, it's worthless as, like, a system or whatever, right? Anyways, some people got really angry with that because I used the word worthless. And they thought I was saying it doesn't do anything, even though I quite literally followed up the word worthless by not that it doesn't do anything, but that it doesn't, but rather that it doesn't feel, but, you know, fucking media literacy of Wuthering Waves plays. But I got, you know, so I got called some slurs on Twitter about it, and I was like, yeah, Wuthering Waves community is not toxic at all. And someone replied with this. And again, right? The Forte system, which is the element of conversation, is just something that enhances one of the abilities in your base kit. Right? You don't press a different button for it. And that's why this comment made me laugh so much. This system is really important part of a character's combat system. Part of his skill, not just displayed stacks, but Genshin players will not understand it because their combat system consists of 2 buttons. I understand here is a controller for MiHoYo games. I guess anything with more than 2 buttons is too complicated to understand. Like, do you think there's a separate button for this? I swear, dude, like, it's like, it's such a bad thing to say in response to what I said.
I hear the voice of fate.
To be honest, I think it's kind of a good UI element. Yeah, but like, in the context, that part of the video was going through the different combat systems and how they change the gameplay experience, right? It's, and the point that I was making was, this isn't something you have to worry about. This isn't like a whole other thing you have to, this is just what the character does. Right, because before that I talk about Concerto Energy. After that I talk about, like, whatever. But, like, yeah, anyways.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, main Fräulein.
Have you seen the Wuthering Waves livestream? I have not, but I have seen the response to it. And it is not good, huh? Releaser was so bad, please don't watch it. Yeah, I am glad I did not wake up to watch it. I say that, but I was awake. But, like, whatever. Shut up. Oh, I have artifacts that look, that's awful. That's shit. Worthless. 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 Useless. Lament. God, that's awful. It's like half an hour of eating dumplings in that stream? Wait, what? What do you mean? But yeah, also, isn't the new combat event today? Doesn't it start like in 40 minutes? Isn't it already out for Asia? Tomorrow? 22nd? Surely! No fucking shot. No fucking shot they wait for Wuthering Waves release to fucking give me the thing I want. I will... I will commit crimes. I will be a crime committer. What the fuck, man? It actually is justice today? Surely they will buff Klein and Sijuin? No, I've given up. It's fine. Like, Sijuin is just an ass character. We just have to accept that. Sijuin is worthless. She was never meant to be good, and she will never be good. And that's just how it is, you know? Also, how the fuck is this a ley line, and then another ley line is just like... I don't know. Oh, we got an instructor's thing. Fog. Weeklies? Oh, I guess I could do that, actually. Sure. Like how are these ley lines equal? In what world? I swear, man. It's like they forgot how much HP they gave the fucking operatives. Okay. Is this gonna go well? Or is this not gonna go well? I feel like it isn't gonna go well. What the? I think I'll use Baiju for this.
I'll treat your wounds.
I guess I actually have a way to clear the Bond of Life, though, so it'll be fine, right? It should be.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? By royal decree, is it my turn now?
I am unhappy.
Nowhere to hide. Now that's more like it. Hey! With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
What? Did I not clear the bomb? Did she? I didn't know she one-shots you even if you clear it.
Midnight Phantasm. A bitter pill to swallow. Remember, health comes first.
Is it my turn?
You
Is it my turn now?
like an emergency.
Like a fly tangled in a web. Spare your energy. Running is of little use. With these rising flames.
He moves too much, man. What an annoying fucking boss. Holy shit. I tried to dodge that, it did not work.
Remember, health comes first.
Shadow Raven.
As one with wind and
Did I fuck up? Eee.
Nowhere to hide.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Speed of light.
Is only the beginning.
Your punishment made manifest. The statue was sealed. Don't blink.
Oh well. Why do you use Vigil before Kazuha? Don't you need to snapshot his buff? How are you going to snapshot his buff without an Electro Aura?
You still.
Does Baijo apply enough Dendro for you? I saw some people say he doesn't, but I use him with high ER and I like him for Aggravate. He works very well for Aggravate. You don't need to apply a lot of Dendro for Aggravate. You do need to apply a lot of Dendro for Hyper Bloom, which is where he can end up not applying enough Dendro. Think of the 35 months because I'm so. Wow, that's crazy. Speaking of crazy, wow. I tried to manifest it, but it didn't work. By the way, is it just me or is the Arlecchino boss just like actually so good? Like, you can get Omega fucking one-shot. It's kind of annoying because it moves a lot at all. But, like, that's kind of just a given with Genshin bosses. Right? Like, we kind of just have to accept that. Oh my god, he fucking missed. Oh my god, he fucking missed. That!
Don't blink. Cut to the chase.
It's better than the whale, that's for sure.
wind strata.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Incoming. Hey, with sword comes shadow. Speed of light.
Okay. Okay, dude. Sure. Yeah, okay, man. Whatever. Sure. 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 Yeah, okay.
Seems like an emergency.
Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Midnight.
Mind the side effect.
Don't blink. By royal decree. Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Don't blink. Hey.
3 days and whatever the fuck the rest of that said.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Wings of darkness.
You guys think we're gonna get 3? I don't. I don't. I don't. Oh, wait, maybe that's good. Maybe that's good. Okay, I'll take it. Is Baiju an upgrade over Zhongli in an Alhaitham official Nahida team? Baiju's just in that slot. Wait, why are you playing Alhaitham official Nahida? You don't have Kuki? Official is ass in that team. Don't use her. Why am I teleporting here? That's obviously not the right one. Am I an idiot? Yeah, use Kuki Beto instead if you wanna do something like that. This is a bad idea. Whatever.
The doctor was Oz revealed.
Wind strategy. Falling leaves.
What do you mean?
Remember, health comes first.
Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light.
As you wish.
Incoming.
A bitter pill to swallow.
I summon thee. The doctor was seen.
Taking
Cut to the chase. Speed of light.
No, don't go that way. They're already dead. You idiot.
Clouds high. The birds.
a bitter pill to swallow.
Shadow Raven. Let night fall.
Wind strategy.
Incoming. With sword comes shadow. Hey! Speed of light. Don't blink.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the south.
By royal decree.
Wind strategy.
Speed of light.
You fucking idiot.
Incoming. Hey! Wings of darkness.
Whatever. These are the wrong ones, right? That's fine, I got a solvent. I'll take it, honestly. I pulled Raiden just to have her and I dislike her gameplay. Am I cornge? Yeah. But... yeah. It's okay. Her gameplay in EM Raiden is Pog. True. Yeah, how dare you pull a character you want? I mean, they very clearly didn't. They very clearly didn't want her. as expressed by their message. Is there somewhere I can buy a garlic baguette? Or do I have to make them? Garlic baguette Genshin. How do you get the achievement for this shit? Okay, you can't? No, you can. No, you can't. Do I have the recipe? I don't know if I have the recipe. I'm gonna have to go make sure. I don't think I do. I'll just try to... how do you get the achievement, chat? Because I'm fucking tired of getting this every single fucking day. Like, I think that this marks like 7 days in a row I got it. I am tired. I am sick and tired. Where the fuck is his shop? Here? Oh, there it is. Okay, I have the recipe. I need flour and butter. Wait, is that it? Flour and butter? Pretty sure I have both of those. No? Let me go say hi to Mao Changling. Hello, Chef Mao. Wait. Where the fuck are... Am I an idiot? Why can I not find it? Oh, there it is. So how do you get the fucking achievement, chat? I need to know her. I need to know her. Check the wiki. I don't know what the fucking achievement is called. And I forgot what the... Aesthetic critique. Aesthetic critique. Principles of aesthetics. Achievement is called aesthetic critique. You need to complete the commission self-critique. What? But that's not... Wait, I have it! Why do I get this commission every day then? What? This game sucks. Hey, we got a double. Pog. Thank you, Mao Shangling. Oh, oh, Mao Shangling, my beloved. Oh, oh my god! That's 3 in a row! What the fuck? She's insane! What the fuck? Dude! That is actually insane, though. What the fuck? Holy. Where do you get the garlic baguette recipe? You talk to an NPC named Louis. Right here. You can buy it from him. You can purchase it. Louis. How do you know that, out of all things? I literally just went to talk to Louis. I looked it up on the wiki. What do you think? Are you... Do you have stupid? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Another test subject. Suffocate.
I came across too many French tourists in Camden today. What the fuck is Camden? Isn't that the Aventurin English VA? What? Is that like a city or some shit? I'm guessing it's a city.
Nowhere to hide. Speed of light.
Where is it?
Should replace my hammer.
What? How is he not? You little shit.
Don't blink. Huh?
It's a borough of London. Okay, listen. You gotta get your fucking British words out of here. A borough? A borough? Say neighborhood like a normal person. Or block. Or fucking, I don't know, man. Anything but borough.
The doctor will see you now.
Taking a turn for the better.
By royal decree.
One with nature.
Speed of light. Huh?
Isn't a borough just a district? Then call it a district! Don't use your made up words here.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for Ad Astra
British is a made up language, the Zajef77 2024. Yeah! It is objectively a made up language. You literally speak French? You can't talk about made-up languages? What do you mean? I'm a made-up language expert. I speak French. What? You don't like beans for breakfast? You know, the worst part is, like, we actually have beans for breakfast here in Canada, too. It's really... But there's maple syrup in it. Fuck. We call them bin. Because we just say bean, but in French. Some good old bin? Yeah, exactly. It's part of the déjeuner du bûcheron. In France, you would call them fèvolard. But you're cringe, so who cares? According to Wikipedia, and this does not look appetizing, okay? I promise you it looks a bit better than this. It doesn't look great, but it looks better than this. That looks like shit, literally. But whatever. It is usually based on the common bean mixed with pieces of bacon and either molasses or maple syrup that is then slow cooked in the oven. It's a traditional dish presented at sugar shacks during le temps des sucres. I would say that the one that looks the most, out of these images, the one that looks the most like they been is probably this one. You eat that for breakfast? So, we have like a quote-unquote tradition here in Quebec where like every spring sugar shacks start operating where they collect maple water and boil it down to maple syrup. But because they can only operate for a small portion of the year, they basically min-max their operations. And so they double down as a tourist destination. And just an activity you can do. So you can go to these sugar shacks and, you know, like explore them and like, you know, go on tours for them. And you can eat there. And they have a lot of maple syrup based foods. And the stuff you can eat, there's bin, there's oreille de Chris, there's cire d'érable, there's... What else is there? Some oreille de Chris, yum, true. Yeah, there's some eggs in the middle, true. You prefer waffles or pancakes? I'm gonna be honest. Both waffles and pancakes are ass once you've had one crepe in your life. Like, it's like pancakes, maybe waffles a little bit above, and then crepes literally like so far up that the scale doesn't even get there. And here, we actually eat crepes like waffles with maple syrup. Like waffles or pancakes with maple syrup. You can there are also crepes that are with other things because they're a lot more versatile. You can even have savory crepes. Yeah, exactly. But even just as a baseline, like, vessel for whatever syrup, crepes are better than waffles and pancakes. On top of their versatility. God, crepes look so good too. Crepes and pancakes aren't the same? No, it's a different batter, so it tastes very different, the texture is very different. They're also so easy to make. From the second one onwards, yeah. But it is a time-honored tradition of making crepes that the first one will always look like shit. I don't really understand the difference between crepes and pancakes. They use the same ingredients, you make them in the same way. I don't think they're the same proportions, right? Yeah, pancake batter has a raising agent, like baking powder or baking soda, and crepes do not. That's the main difference. You're talking about American pancakes? Yeah, of course I'm talking about American pancakes. What else would you call a pancake? Here, there's no... In French, in Quebec at least, there's no word for pancake. It's just crêpe for both. But there's bonne crêpe and crêpe qui goûte la marde. Okay, that was a joke for the French speakers in chat. No, I'm not adding weekend. It's also lighter, yeah. Literally opening the stream and I hear French. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's also much easier to eat with your hands. That is true. Release time, we'll do it today for sure, but not yet. It's only 40 minutes in. Is French absolutely required in Canada? Depends on where. In big cities in Quebec, you can get by in English. In literally everywhere else in Canada outside of Quebec, people don't speak French. And in, like, the boonies of Quebec, if you don't speak French, you will get, like, actually murdered in your sleep. No, they like, obviously I'm exaggerating, but they actually hate English speakers in the boonies of Quebec. It's more than just getting weird looks. Cause the, like, unique French culture of Quebec is very much over time getting assimilated into just overall North American culture, and it's getting homogenized in a way that somewhat threatens the French Canadian or the Quebec identity. And people in Quebec tend to be very sensitive about that in a way that makes them racist as fuck. That's just everywhere? No. It just, like, it... No. You just don't understand how it works. American culture dominates worldwide, sure, but Quebec is literally governed by a country where no one else speaks French. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not defending the racism. I'm just telling you, like, if you think that, oh, what you said is just how it happens everywhere, you do not understand what is going on in Quebec. How good are Quebecois English usually? A lot of them refuse to learn English out of pride. Like, they're proud of not speaking English. Is there a strong independence movement in Quebec? There used to be. It's not really strong anymore. It's a boomer thing? Yeah, it kind of is. Not a good idea to visit Canada knowing English with strong Slavic accent. It's fine to visit Canada, just don't go, like... Don't think that a road trip in Quebec is gonna be fun, right? If you're going to Quebec, stick to the big cities. You're probably not gonna have a great experience if you don't speak French outside of the big cities. Like, any of the cities that's, like, really close to the Ontario border, or if you're looking at Montreal or Quebec City, then you'll be fine. But also, I'm gonna be real, Canada's just not a good tourist destination. That's not true. There are some actually, like, Okay, you know what? That's actually not true. The nature in Canada is actually, like, really sick. Montreal has sick nightlife. Do you travel for the nightlife? Is that something people do? What the fuck? Imagine visiting somewhere and going to closed spaces that look exactly like home. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm confused. Why would you do that? Why would you travel to go inside places that aren't, like, culturally relevant? They're just the same as what you'd have at home. I'm very confused. Who says nightlife is inside? What do you mean by nightlife? I mean, some places have a good nightlife. I mean, sure, but why would you go to Canada for that? Like, I would understand traveling to, like, Amsterdam for the nightlife. Like that, okay, I kind of get it. Okay, sure. But, like, why would you go to Montreal? I'm just confused. Exactly. Oh, I can't. Montreal is cheaper. I guess that's fair. Because people are gorgeous there. Huh? Traveling for women is kind of weird. Listen, that's a conversation for another day. The conversation for today is traveling for Canadian women? Really? Is there a thing I'm not aware of? Like, I don't know how to phrase this properly, but, like, I have never conceptualized women from Quebec as being any different than women from the rest of the country? Do people think that women from Quebec are hot? Or men from Quebec? I don't. People from Quebec. Like what? No, people are just down bad. Maybe the accent? I'm sorry, but the Quebec accent. What, are these people gonna thirst over XQC or what? Like, what was going on here? Like, what was going on here? Like, the France accent, I kinda get. The Quebec accent is ugly as fuck. Okay? Thank you, paid chatter. Meeting XQC in a club would be funny, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I don't think he's lived in Quebec for like years. He's way too rich to live here. What? He's gonna go to a place with lower taxes. Probably lives in a fucking US state with like no taxes. Wouldn't go to a club, he'd go to a casino. Okay, calm down. Yep, Texas, I see. That makes a lot of sense. What's a good place to live in North America? Alaska? I don't know. I think like I think the east coast of Canada is actually pretty nice. Not too north, but like you look at PEI, New Brunswick, place like that. Like if I spawned in Canada right now, and I could choose where I was born, I'd probably choose one of those places. There's nothing to do in New Brunswick. I mean, that doesn't really matter. It's still a better place than fucking Alberta or Saskatchewan or Quebec or Ontario or British Columbia. Actually, I spent a summer in PEI and it was so nice. PEI is actually a goated place. I keep getting holiday ads for Alberta. That doesn't surprise me. Alberta's omega rich because of oil. But oil has a limit. Oil isn't infinite. So it makes sense that they're spending some of that money on trying to convince people that they're a nice place to visit. They're not. Would you live in any of the territories? I feel like it's too cold for me. Maybe not. I don't know. Are Hoyo creators allowed to stream Woowa? Dude, I am so tired of people saying this shit. Yeah, obviously they are. That contract leak has ruined everything, bro. One third party, like, middleman management company try to suck up to Hoyo. With a contract that is so sketchy it easily could have been faked. I just, ugh. Just don't believe everything you see on the internet, chat. Sometimes people lie because or intentionally distort the truth at the very least because they know it'll get traffic and traffic is money. Yeah, there are some middlemen third-party agencies that are really predatory and trap creators in really shitty contracts. That's not the norm. That's a really unfortunate side of the industry. And the creators that did sign those contracts are trapped in shitty contracts. They're not greedy fuckers. Like they're being exploited. By a shitty agency. Whatever. I just ugh. But no, now every time you say something negative about Wuthering Waves, it's because Hoyo is paying you to do it. I fucking love online discourse around Genshin and Wuthering Waves right now. It's so fucking great. Totally not a fucking shit cesspool of people with dog shit opinions that are just parroting what a fucking idiot said. I'm just, ugh. I'm actually so... whatever. Zajeff's bank account after criticizing Mua once. Dude, I wish. I was really fair in my UA video, right? I could have gone a lot more in details about the issues I have with the game. I could have done another 30 minutes of yapping about some of the bad stuff. Bro, if I if I was getting paid for doing that, don't you think I would have done more? Ones comparing Shao to that other guy are genuinely obnoxious? What do you mean? Jian was definitely somewhat inspired by Shao. You're actually delusional if you think that's not true. He's not a copy, but he is definitely a character that takes some inspiration from Shao. If you don't think so, you're just lying to yourself. But, like, taking inspiration from something isn't a bad thing. It doesn't matter. Who cares? I know nothing about Ua. How is he? I mean, his design and his personality. He looks like Shao if he was an adult. His kit is incredibly similar to Shao's. Oh, that's not necessarily true. His skill is literally the exact same thing as Shao. He's he's got very similar like motifs and stuff like that. His burst is different. He does charge attacks instead of plunge attacks. But he is also an AoE mobbing focused character. Like, yeah, they're very similar. I disagree, Miracle's Flow. Like, I get what you're saying, but I think you're giving them too much benefit of the doubt. Like, if you actually watch the video, what I was saying with that wasn't even a criticism of the game. It was basically just, you don't have to worry about this system. It's not something you have to learn. It's not, like, whatever. Right? I didn't think I had to phrase it carefully because it wasn't criticism. If I did phrase it carefully, they would have latched onto something else. Like, it wouldn't have mattered because these people are not responding they're not responding to unfair criticism. They're not even responding to criticism. They're responding to some negativity being expressed and trying to find a way to discredit it no matter what. Is that an argument for what the chatter said? Only the word worthless triggers them? But, like, what am I? Do I have to make sure I don't use any words with negative connotations? I'm sorry, but that's gonna make them less angry and make my video less useful as a way for players who haven't heard of Wuthering Waves or aren't sure if they're gonna play it, as a way for them to evaluate if they want to play it, which is the purpose of the video. Like they're just looking for excuses to call people mint pickers. They're not actually getting angry at anything I said because I didn't say anything that was inflammatory. But yeah, it's just whatever. Why is mint picker an insult? It's not really an insult. It's more so like you know how conservatives say "Let's go, Brandon" to mean "fuck Joe Biden." It's the Genshin equivalent of that. Like they're they want ways to insult people that don't actually insult them so that they can have plausible deniability and say that, oh no, they're not the ones that are toxic, they're not the ones that are bullying people. Yeah, like it's actually a Genshin dog whistle, which is fucking crazy. Like it's actually crazy. Anyways, we have 3. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some coffee. Hello. How are you doing, chat? Are you feeling good? Okay. Sorry, chat. Is it time already? There's no way. There's no way it's time. It can't be. Okay, actually, you know what I want to do? This is a 2E rotation over 25 seconds. Let's take a look at a 1E rotation with burst. Honestly, I'm just gonna add this here because whatever. Actually, no, I can just add it here. Pretty similar. Personal damage. Have to add this. I fucked it up. It's about 10 to 20% more damage. Okay, that's interesting. So if you actually manage to do short rotations without TF, you will still be doing slightly more DPS. Actually, that's assuming you can get burst every rotation, right? Can you actually? Oh fuck. Can you? Surely. Yeah, you should be able to, honestly. Yeah, you can. So it is a little bit more DPS. Assuming you do good tight rotations for the personal damage. But the rest of the team is significantly lower DPS, so I don't think it's actually better. Okay. But both are viable, and that's important. That's important to know. So that's good. That's cool. Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. Wait, what? Something's wrong. What's wrong? Something's wrong. What's wrong? Why is it higher than it was before? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. You're going to Whimsy? Yeah, my bad. Does that make sense with what you looked at, Russell? Of for her personal DPS, it being a little bit higher on short rotation Whimsy, but team DPS being lower. Whimsy is like 15% higher for her. Yeah, that's what I got. I had actually 15 on Absolution. Don't remember. It was somewhere between 10 and 20, depending on the weapon. Okay. Although, I wonder if the TF rotation, if you're doing a 25-second rotation, if you can slot in your ult. Maybe you can, honestly. I've been assuming you can't. But honestly, you might be able to. Especially if you're using Sucrose instead of Kazuha, because she has shorter animations. You skip Nahida Burst for Clement Burst. That makes sense. And if that's the case, then Whimsy should be less damage than TF. Yeah. Okay, okay. Alright. This was the one thing I wasn't entirely certain about. So I guess we're ready. Pat? It's time. Say hi to YouTube.
The weather is damp and chilly. I suggest getting indoors to avoid these conditions, if possible.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To, finally, the Chlorinde pre-release analysis. Now, I've talked a little bit about Chlorinde on her V1 in a first impressions video, and a few things have changed since then. She has gotten a few buffs, and so let's just get right into it. This is a very interesting character with a really cool kit, which means that, as usual, when is the case for characters whose kit I think is very well designed, she's gonna get Féminine. So yeah, let's hope she doesn't, and yeah, let's get let's get right into this. Base HP around 13k. That is, you know, on the higher-ish side for non-HP scalers. So she's relatively-ish tanky, but nothing outstanding. Base attack 337, relatively high, whatever. Base defense 784, also relatively high, so that's kind of nice. So all in all, defensive base stats are pretty good, which is nice. And as we're going to see later, she has a form of self-healing in her kit. So she is actually very, very tanky. She's very, very much a unit that self-sustains a lot. And that's going to impact her team building in some pretty important ways. And finally, crit rate ascension. Obviously, that's kind of nice. Pog. Alright. Normal attacks we can honestly skip because they are worthless. I tried to look at, like, maybe if there's some cool infusion stuff, maybe with Xianyan, but no, it's just, yeah, just ignore this. And, yeah, so let's talk about the rest of her kit. As you can see, there is a lot of text here, right? But yeah. As usual, Hoyo is putting way too many words on the text description of a kit or of an ability that is honestly kind of simple. It's not that simple, but it's not that complicated either. Anyways, instead of actually just reading the whole kit, I'm just gonna tell you guys what it does. Okay. When you use her E, she enters a special stance, during which her normal attacks are replaced with pistol hits, and she can reactivate her skill during her skill uptime to do a sword hit. And she can spam gunshots and she can spam sword shots, either one she wants. Using gunshots gives you Bond of Life. Using sword attack consumes Bond of Life to deal more damage. The Bond of Life that you consume is converted to healing with a certain ratio. That's basically what the skill does, okay? Like, this is what all of this fucking text is saying. This doesn't look at your normal attack talent, so, like, these numbers don't matter. You don't have to level up normal attacks. But yeah, so the numbers here that matter, the Swift Hunt, right? But yeah, so the Swift Hunt damage, right? It deals less damage if your Bond of Life is already high. So you don't want to use it. But either way, when your Bond of Life is high, you want to use your sword attack. So the first number doesn't matter. All that matters is the second number. When you do a sword shot, it's 71%. And finally, the attack hit, again, the only one that matters is the one when you have enough Bond of Life to max it out. And that is 46.1% times 3. So around 150. Every time you do a pistol shot, you get 35% Bond of Life. You do 3, you get 105%. You're now, because you're above 100, able to use the highest or the best sword hit. You use it, it consumes your Bond of Life, it heals you for 110% of the amount, so 10 point something percent HP. And then you keep going. During her skill, right, usually if you get healed, it consumes Bond of Life, right? Healing is like an anti-shield for healing. Or sorry, Bond of Life is like an anti-shield for healing. During her skill, instead of consuming Bond of Life, her healing gives her Bond of Life. So incoming healing from other characters is replaced with Bond of Life increases. What that means is if you have characters that can restore at least 30% of her HP in one go, right? So again, she's at around 13k base HP. You get around 5k from your flat HP from main stat flower and maybe one substat. That's 18k. And then let's say around 20%. So another another like 2 point something k. So you get a little bit above 20k ish. Just from the fact that you're not gonna have perfect artifacts. So healers that can heal for 7-ish k HP or more in one go are going to make it so that you only need 2 shots of your pistol to get the like enhanced sword attack. Because usually you do 1, 35, 2, 70, 3, 105. But if you do 1, 35, 2, 70, get healed for another 30, and this 80% is increased to 100% from her Ascension passive, which is really stupid. I don't know. I don't know why this is not just in her base kit. But whatever, okay, sure. So if you heal for the equivalent of 7k, it makes you able to do your sword after 2 hits instead of 3. The reality is that a lot of healers don't heal for that much. Unless they're built on a full healing bonus build. And even then, some don't. So this is generally not something that's all that impactful. It generally won't matter that much. And it is definitely not worth running a lower rarity of your flower to decrease your max HP. Like, no, you still want more substat rolls with higher stat values. Like it's yeah, don't do that to yourself. But yeah, this is like the main part of her kit. Now you might be looking at this and being like, oh, this sucks. And honestly, I think that's a very reasonable first impression. 71% is not a lot. 150% for something you have to set up as the payoff is also not a lot. These numbers are ass. However, her Ascension 1 passive buffs them significantly. After a nearby party member triggers an electro-related reaction against an opponent, and this condition is trivial. This is not a unique electro-related reaction. This is just an electro-related reaction. So this will happen no matter what, unless you're playing 4 electro characters on your team, which you shouldn't do to begin with, right? So this is trivial. Okay? The damage dealt by her normal attacks and burst will be increased by 20% of her attack for 15 seconds, max 3 stacks. The maximum damage increase achievable this way for the above attacks is 1800. So, this effectively adds 60% attack scaling to these numbers. So this isn't 71, it's 131. And this isn't 46.1 times 3, it's 106.1 times 3. Which obviously makes a huge difference in her overall damage. It's basically about half of her damage. Before the buffs, it used to be half of her damage, but they buffed both her motion value and this in asymmetrical ways, so it's not exactly half her damage anymore, but it's still around half. One thing, though, is that for a lot of characters that are worded in a similar way, the maximum damage increase kind of doesn't matter unless you're getting a signature weapon. Or constellations at like really high investment. In Client's case, you can reach the maximum damage for this pretty easily without those things, right? Because the maximum damage is obtained at 3000 attack. So what does that mean in practice? Does that mean that you don't want to attack above 3,000? I mean, not necessarily, because attack is still a stat that will increase your damage even if you have more than 3,000 of it. But it does mean that it won't be nearly as effective once you've passed 3,000. Before 3,000, attack increases the damage of basically all of your hits. After 3,000, it's basically half of your hits. It's still only one hit visually, but half of the damage from that hit isn't half the damage by it is affected and half of the damage isn't. That being said, though, after looking into it a bunch, I don't think this passive or this like restriction does that much. I think it could on some other characters, but for her specifically, her kit just doesn't lend itself too well to the sort of teams that would want to use Bennett. And so because of that, the ways by which you can achieve above 3,000 attack are very, very limited. That's just generally not really going to happen. Next up, Ascension 4 passive. If her Bond of Life is equal to or greater than 100% of her max HP, her crit rate will be increased by 10% for 15 seconds whenever her Bond of Life value increases or decreases. So basically, when she uses her skill at over 100 Bond of Life, which she does first time she uses her skill and the second time and the third, like every time she uses the sword slash during her skill stance, she gains 10% crit rate up to twice. So it's 20% free crit rate. Pong. And then the other part that I already mentioned, it makes it so that 100% of your healing is converted to Bond of Life rather than 80%, which is weird, but whatever. And then finally, her Elemental Burst, Last Lightfall, is Wanderer's Burst and Grizzly's Burst. It's I don't get it. Surely they can be more original than this, but whatever. It is a 15-second cooldown, 60 energy cost, 5 hit burst that does a little bit over 200% motion value per hit. It also gives you some Bond of Life, which for her means that you can use a sword attack at the start of your skill stance. Now, they have nerfed her duration in the last beta update as of recording this. And because of that, I'm not entirely sure if you actually get an additional sword attack from being able to start with it. The reality is that's going to depend on execution as well. So it's not guaranteed, but it very much can happen. And obviously the sword attacks are better than the gun attacks. Another interesting thing, oh wait, am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Earlier, yeah, okay, I did an oopsies. Wait, let me double check something. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it has standard XCD, which means it's going to trigger Aggravate twice in Quicken teams. Which does, in practice, make it better than Wanderer and Risley's Burst. Because you're basically guaranteed to get 2 reactions out of it. And so I think in most teams it's going to end up being worth using, although not in a significant way. Like, if you don't get to use it, it's not going to matter that much. But yeah. Anyways, as a quick summary of what she does, right? She has a lot of hits, a lot of quick hits, right? From what I've seen, it seems like post nerf, you're still able to do 6 and 3 E's, right? So 3 pistol shots followed by 1 enhanced sword attack. That 6 times. Which is a lot of total hits. Like that's pretty good. That's a lot of hits. And it also has normal ICD. Which means he applies a lot of Electro. Now, what does that mean? That means Aggravate. And boy, does it mean Aggravate. She is very much a unit that is balanced around her ability to Aggravate. If she doesn't Aggravate, she is somewhat underwhelming. Now that hurts her team diversity a lot, unfortunately. I've seen a lot of excitement for her, both in like hyper teams and in chivalrous teams, and as sad as it makes me, while she's not going to be bad in those teams, she is going to be, you know, kind of underwhelming. You can think of her as a slight downgrade to Raiden in those teams, basically. However, when it comes to Aggravate and Quick Bloom teams, it's different. And honestly, maybe surprisingly, the main reason for that is her healing. If you are doing 6 enhanced skills in your rotation, that's 60% of your HP. A little bit over 60% of your HP. Per rotation. That's a lot of HP. For a lot of people, that's actually going to be enough HP to not necessarily need to run a dedicated healer. And the biggest, or a very important point that I end up mentioning whenever I talk about Aggravate teams for Animo units, for Electro units, for Dendro units, is that Aggravate teams don't have access to great healing options, right? They don't have access to their own Bena. Their healing options are basically, okay, you can run like Kuki or Dori, and you're losing out on Fischl. You're losing out on a lot of damage. It's gonna suck. You can run Jean or Sayu or Xianyun, but you're losing out on your grouping and pretty significant buffs from either Kazuha or Sucrose. Or you can run Baiju or Yao Yao, but you're losing out on Nahida, which is honestly really fucking strong. And that's the one that people generally tend to gravitate towards. They generally tend to bench Nahida and use other units instead. But what having self-sustain in her kit allows Clarine to do is be able to run teams that don't run a dedicated healer. You get to actually play her with Fischl, Sucrose or Kazuha, and Nahida. And that's a pretty big deal. These are strong units that work very well together. I'll do that later, Lud. I don't need to do that yet. Another interesting thing is the healing bonus affects her in a very different way than basically any other character. Aside from, no, actually, pretty much every other character. Aside from maybe Arlecchino, but like whatever. Usually, right, you heal 10% of your HP, right? Healing bonus, you have, I don't know, 30% healing bonus. Your total healing is just going to be 13% of your HP. Wow. Whoop-de-doo, big fucking deal, right? However, Clorine's healing works differently. It heals her based on a percentage of her bond of life, and that healing gets absorbed by the bond of life, and the overflow becomes actual healing. What that means is that she has bond of life. For now, let's look at 0 here for another healer, and then you have total healing, this minus bond of life. In Clorine's case, she is healing 110% of her bond of life, and her bond of life is 105%. And that makes it so that without healing bonus, she's healing 10.5%. But with healing bonus, 10% healing bonus doubles her healing. 20% triples it. 30% quadruples it. Because the healing bonus applies to the healing pre bond of life. It applies to the total amount that you would heal. Now, what I'm saying is not, hey, you should run a healing bonus circlet. No. God, no. Please don't do that. But I am saying, if you somehow get a form of healing bonus in your team, it significantly increases her healing. And guess who gives characters in the team healing bonus? That's right, it's Furina. An often forgotten about part of Furina's burst is that it doesn't just give damage percent, it also gives healing bonus based on your fanfare. What that means is that, again, you can potentially play Furina team without necessarily needing a dedicated healer. Now, if you want to max out your fanfare, you're still going to want to use a healer. However, the reality is that Furina is still pretty good even if you don't max out her fanfare, as long as you get a reasonable amount. Not running a healer lets you run Laurent, Fischl, Nahida, and Furina. Fortunately, Nahida is not a unit that is all that weapon dependent for her damage, and Prototype Amber is a weapon that actually provides your team with healing. And so far it's looking like Prototype Amber Nahida actually is the best way to build her in that team. All this to say, right? You can play Quick Bloom Furina teams. And if you do play them, you are going to heal fucking, let's assume you're getting around 200 stacks. Maybe you're getting a little bit less than that. Let's say 150 stacks average. Instead of 10% healing, right, the baseline is 0 healing bonus. And, right. Baseline is 10%. You're going to be healing like 30% of your HP every second, basically. You're going to heal a lot. It's going to make it even easier not to die, which is interesting because for most Furina teams, Furina makes it harder not to die. But the healing bonus in Clorine's case more than makes up for the self HP consumption and will likely actually make you, or make it a lot easier for you to stay alive. So that's pretty interesting. I really like that. I really like that there's a use for the healing bonus from Farina that isn't just, yeah, you get a little bit more fanfare because you're healing a little bit more. But yeah, also, because it's healing so much, you're very likely to proc the overflow healing from Farina that you get from her Ascension 1 passive and get even more fanfare that way. Yeah, that's why they give healing to official C4. True, actually. You're so right. You're so right. But yeah, so that leaves us with a character who has honestly two main teams. You're generally gonna want to play her either in Hyper Bloom or Aggravate. I don't think she fits all that well in any other archetypes. She will be playable in other archetypes, right? Like, at the end of the day, Double Hydro Raiden isn't an amazing team, but it's definitely a playable one. And her damage is somewhat similar to Raiden's damage, basically without the energy restoration, if you're looking at unreacted damage, right? What makes her good in these teams is her better synergy with like the rotation timers and the higher elemental application. Speaking of which, actually, but yeah, so she's still gonna be fine in Taser if you want to. Like, it's gonna be all right. She's gonna be fine in like hyper teams, but like, again, right, once you're starting to get a lot of attack, Bennett's starting, like, the it doesn't apply to her A1, so you know Bennett is starting to look a little sus. So maybe more so in Shovel's teams than in hyper teams, but it's still gonna function in hyper teams, especially if you have like really high investment. Really good artifacts, whatever. Like, it's still gonna work. Honestly, you'll be able to clear, probably. Oh yeah, her two main teams are really gonna be Aggravate and Big Bloom. And then when you're looking at like dedicated to Hyper Bloom, where you're not focusing on Quicken at all, she's not good at it because she doesn't have any off-field application. So it's really mainly Quick Bloom stuff and Aggravate stuff. But let's look at her cooldowns quickly, right? She has a 16-second cooldown on her skill, 15-second cooldown on her burst, which means that at a baseline she can try to fit in a 16, more like 17-ish second rotation. That doesn't work the best with Farina, because Farina's skill is 20 seconds, so it's gonna desync in ways that are gonna be really annoying. It works fine with Aggravate, but you're also getting a little bit of desync with Fischl this time, with her duration being 12 seconds, and that just meaning that you're at 2/3 uptime instead of the hypothetical 100% uptime you can get with Fischl. At C6, almost 100%. But yeah. You could try to do some weird desynced rotations where you don't Farina skill every rotation, and I can see that functioning as well. Like, it'll work, but yeah. However, and if you've been subscribed to this channel for a while, you know what's coming. There is an artifact set that can reduce your skill cooldown. And oh boy, how I've missed you, Thundering Fury. But it's time. It's that time again, that's right. Especially with the uptime nerfs, or the duration nerfs that happened in the last iteration of the beta cycle. This has made a one skill rotation, you know, a bit weaker. But with TF, you can proc it a few times and actually get 2 skilled in your rotation. And instead of going for a 16-second rotation, or like two 16-second rotations with 32-second rotation, you can do something like a 25-second rotation to play around Fischl's uptime. Or a 20 and something second rotation that plays around around other characters uptime if you don't want to use Fischl, right? If you want to use Beto or something. It's gonna be hard to make it all the way to 20. It's gonna be hard to get enough TF procs for that. And just, you have 15 seconds of uptime, which means that it doesn't work. Like, 5 seconds isn't really enough for the rest. So it's more going to be something like 22-ish. But it's still going to work. And yeah, I think, honestly, this is great. This is amazing. This is Pog. Realistically, with dodges and stuff, it'll still be around 30. No, it's going to be closer to, like, 27. But, because you have more wiggle room with your timers, not only are you losing less just time per rotation from having to dodge at a wrong moment because you have more wiggle room, but also, even if you did lose the same amount of time because the rotation is longer, losing the same amount of time is proportionally not as big of a deal because you have a longer rotation that deals more damage. But yeah, anyways, you don't have to include that part in the video, editors. But yeah, so you can end up doing, basically, use your skill, you do it normally, you swap out, refresh Oz, maybe refresh Nahida or whatever, and then back to her again. And yeah, that's just gonna work. That's just going to be a very valid way of playing her. And I'm excited. I'm really hyped for that. We are finally getting another TF carry. Now, I will say, you do lose out on a decent amount of damage, just like strictly looking at her personal damage over one elemental skill. Going for Whimsy instead of TF is gonna net you around 25% more damage. That being said, you get 2 E's, and your rotation is also longer, but it's not 2 times longer. From what I've looked at, I am expecting the TF rotations to have somewhat similar personal damage in practice, while also having higher team DPS because of the better synergy with your supports uptimes. However, it's not such a huge significant difference that you absolutely need to farm TF. I would say, realistically, if you already have a good TF, it is not worth farming Whimsy, because in many situations, TF is just better. You already have a good Whimsy because you got really lucky and you started farming it for Arlecchino, and you don't have TF because you never got around to it, or you started playing more recently. It might not be worth getting TF. And if you don't have either, TF's accessibility in the strong box can let you get it without having to farm directly for her, which is nice. And both of them are with another artifact set that doesn't do too much right now. It is also worth noting that TF will be much easier to play because short rotations rely on you using your stuff exactly when it's on cooldown, and it matters a lot more when you use them, right? A 1 second time loss in a 16-second rotation is a bigger deal than a 1 second time loss in a 25-second rotation, just in terms of DPS. But then on top of that, with TF, you actually are refunding your E cooldown so much that you have a decent amount of wiggle room. Which means that you're going to have a little bit more flexibility in your rotations with TF, and it's going to be a lot more friendly when it comes to like execution approachability. And I would say that between the two, at least so far, I'm definitely leaning more towards TF. But we'll talk about it more once we get to the artifact section. I just got excited because we finally have a TF unit, Pog. When was the last one? Like, the last unit that you could reasonably argue for TF on was like... That was a long time ago, Jesus. I guess... Yeah. God. It was a really long time ago. So, it's nice to have it. But yeah. So as usual, let's do our sheet stuff with the weapons, artifact, sets, artifact, stats, and teams. And yeah, before that we can take a look at the constellations. They've changed these a few times. While her skill is active, when you deal electro damage, you trigger 2 coordinated attacks that deal 30% of her attack each. This should trigger her Ascension 1 passive, so it's actually 90% of her attack. It happens, 5 times? Ish. 5 to 6. Not entirely sure on the frame counts for it. 6 times? Okay. Okay, it cannot happen 6.25 times. That is not how that works. You can't just divide... So it's 180% motion value times 5 to 6, so it's like around 1,000 additional motion value. Which is pretty good, but it's not an insane amount. Over the course of the beta, they decently buffed her actual numbers and reduced the duration, which has made the C1 go from honestly a pretty big deal to not quite as good. Now, from what I understand, this still does yeah, this you still get more application from it, which is nice. And it's still definitely a good constellation, but it's not nearly as good as it used to be. It's still a pretty reasonable early constellation. It's not like right in C1, but it's alright. Constellation 2 enhance the so it becomes 90 instead of 60, right? And you get increased resistance to interruption. That's also a pretty good con. Heard people saying it was better than Arlecchino C1. Is that not true? I'd say you could have made that argument on V1, but not anymore. Yeah, I mean, this is a nice increase to her damage, but again, it's like... It's alright. Then you have what I believe is skill level, which is pretty good, but not insane. It's... I don't want to overrate it. It's not that good, honestly. It's fine. She does most of her damage through her skill, but a lot of that damage isn't actually directly coming from the skill. It's coming from the Ascension passive that doesn't get increased by this. So it's not actually as good as it looks. It's worse than the first two. When I believe that's the burst. Yeah. When burst deals damage, damage is increased based on Klein's Bond of Life. Every 1% increases the damage by 2%. So basically, this is Wanderer's C2 and Risley's C2. Congrats. Very cool. Then burst levels, which is fine. And then finally, the fucking big-ass wall of text. It's kind of like that he does C6 and Yelan C6. It's pretty good. But I can't be bothered reading all of it. It's not. It's not as good as Yelan C6. I mean, it's not. It's overall pretty good. But whatever. Just some of the best cons overall. She has a really strong, like, she has pretty good C1 and C2 and C6, but C3 to C5 is like, eh. Yeah, above average, but not, at least not, to me, doesn't stand out as anything crazy. Do keep in mind, though, this is a character that is going to be mostly good in Aggravate and Hyperbloom, which means that these damage increases aren't doing as much as you'd think, because a lot of her damage is coming from reactions. Obviously, the amount coming from reactions will depend on the team, but don't get baited by, ooh, bad chesting, this is like a, what is it, 25-30% damage increase. It's not. That's fake. Anyways. Let's get into the weapons. Pog. So, what do I want to talk about? I want to talk about... I think I wanted to talk about Freedom Sworn, right? Yeah. Okay. So, I want to talk about Freedom Sworn. Actually, okay. First, Absolution. Her signature. Alright, then Freedom Sworn. Then Jade Cutter. Haran. Lo-Fi. Splendor. Mist Splitter. Uraku. Misugiri. I want to talk about Summit Shaper. No. No, I don't. Splendor, do you mean Uraku? I want to talk about both. Like, yes, Uraku is just strictly better than Splendor, But that's not useful information for someone who has Farina's weapon and doesn't have Chiori's weapon. You know? Okay, for 4 stars, I want to talk about Lion's Roar. To talk about Iron Thing. I don't want to talk about Blackcliff. Black Sword. Alley Flash is fake. I'm an Omen, no. Umbrella. Wolf Fang. Finale of the Deep. That's it. And I guess I can talk about Harbinger very quickly. Okay, so let's go through these weapons very quickly. Well, not quickly, but one by one. First off, Absolution, her signature weapon, is a high base attack, 674 base attack, crit damage sword, with a passive that gives her 20% crit damage and 16% damage percent every time she increases the value of her Bond of Life up to 3 stacks, which she can stack very easily, so that's a nice 48 damage percent. It is her best in slot, and it's pretty good. That being said, when you're playing her in teams that trigger a lot of reactions, a lot more of her damage is coming from stats that aren't increased by high base attack and crit damage and damage percent. Even in just Quicken, where the damage percent and the crit damage matters, the high base attack doesn't do as much. Which makes it so that Claudette is actually one of the characters with the lowest gap between signature and other like 5-star stat stakes, but also just between signature and free-to-play options. So her signature is obviously going to be best in slot, but honestly, you might be surprised by the strength of the alternatives. Next up, Freedom Sworn is actually going to be an alright stat stick. It's actually just going to be 30% for Aggravate is not a low gap. I mean, I don't know. It's alright. Wanderer weapon is 10%. I guess that's fair, but like, yeah, it's even more the case for Wanderer. I would still say that 30% isn't that high. That's between the guaranteed free to play and her best in slot, not between gacha option and best. Like it's and like also she's not even doing half the team's damage. I mean, sure, I can explain it more in depth if you want. It's just gonna bloat the video in a way that I don't know is necessary. But sure, like, if you're playing her in Hyper Bloom, the gap between her signature is and alternatives is really not that big. If you're playing her in Quicken teams, the gap becomes a little bit bigger, but it's still not insanely big. And maybe more importantly, she isn't even really doing half the team's damage. She's like around that half mark. And so an increase to her damage isn't as big as it would be on a character that's actually doing the large majority of the team's DPS. Anyways. Next up, Freedom Sworn is honestly a decent stat stick. And because it's a decent stat stick and it actually gives a buff to the rest of the team, it's actually somewhat competitive with the other 5-star stat stick. So it's just a pretty decent 5-star stat stick overall. Jade Cutter. Good stat stick asterisk. And now we have to talk about crit rate, okay? Because she gets a lot of crit rate, right? Base crit rate is 5%. Ascension is 19.4. Passive is 20. Jade Cutter, 44.1. You're starting at fucking 88.5% crit rate. With no substats and a crit damage circlet. That means crit rate circlet won't work. And you can only get like 3 substats before you start overcapping. Oh yeah, 19.2, my bad. But the reality is that for most people, they're not going to be able to adapt their build in a way that's actually going to exclude crit rate entirely without having to sacrifice a certain amount of total substats, right? Their build will be slightly worse when they're excluding crit rate altogether. That means that even though in like the optimal scenario, Jade Cutter, and just in general, crit rate weapons look really good. As soon as you start entering situations where, well, you have to work around the artifacts that you have, right? And if you don't have artifacts that have like a really high crit damage, attack, and EM, and no crit rate, right? Like, for as an example, right? I'm sure I can. My only artifact that doesn't have more than 1 roll of crit rate for flowers here is only, well, has 3 rolls of flat defense. It has a total of 5 good rolls. It's not great. Whereas if I don't have that restriction, you know, this one is 6 rolls, or sorry, 7 rolls. This one is 6. This one, if you're including the ER, which I don't know that you should, would be 8, but otherwise 6. This one is 7. 7.5, really, because flat attack is still useful. Right? And so I'm losing, like, 2 substats worth if I use this one of artifact quality, and, like, that's not worth it. So at that point, I just use this. And then if I have to do that for every piece, well, I'm going to be overcapped on crit by a lot. Right, this one would be pretty good. But, like, it wouldn't even be that great, because as we're going to get into when we talk about the artifact stats, as much as EM is a useful stat, it's not the best stat. This artifact I couldn't use. Maybe I'd use this one, but again, already, right? If I have a 2.7% crit rate on every single artifact, I'm overcapped with Jade Cutter. All this to say, right? Jade Cutter can be very good. But in a lot of situations, it is going to end up worse than alternatives because it just gives so much crit rate that you're very likely to be overcapped. And when you're overcapped, well, weapons that overcap you less get an advantage. Yeah, overcapping a little isn't the end of the world, but if you're overcapped on one weapon and you're not overcapped on the other, and the former weapon was only bettered by like 3% to begin with, well, now you're using a worse weapon, basically. Haran has a similar issue, right? It also gives crit rate, but unlike Jade Cutter, it gives 33, not 44. Which gives you a lot more wiggle room for not overcapping crit rate. Although it's still not trivial. Like, you still have to, you know, keep an eye out for it, and it will basically disqualify some of your good artifacts because they have too much crit rate. But it also is just a weapon that has a really useful passive for a client. If you are not... If you're not getting overcapped at all, with the 12% elemental damage plus 40% normal attack damage from triggering 2 elemental skills on the rest of your team, it's actually not that far behind her signature. So, again, good asterisk, 5-star stat stick. Lo-Fi, Alhaitham's weapon, is also... it's pretty good. It's honestly quite good in the Hyperloom teams where you want to run a little bit more ER maybe, or rather you don't get punished as much for going EM Sands. And yeah, Lo-Fi is light of foliar sanction. In Quicken teams, it's more so a decent stat stick. It's not that much better than the free-to-play options, but it is a little bit above. So it's like, you know, decent 5-star stat stick. But you don't have to worry about the about overcapping. Yeah, and we have had rumors of Alhaitham being on banner with Chlorine, so that would mean Lo-Fi would be like the alternative weapon. It's like single-digit % behind her signature in Hyperbloom, and kind of just another decent stat stick in Quicken. And I guess, yeah, I should also add second best weapon with an asterisk here. Sure. Splendor, Farina's weapon, is an okay 5-star stat stick. But honestly, okay asterisk, because depending on your build, it might not even be better than the free-to-play options. And that 4 or 5-star stat stick is really bad. So honestly, okay asterisk 4-star stat stick. But you shouldn't think of it as a 5-star weapon on Chlorine. It's gonna make your ratio look good because it has a lot of crit damage, but yeah. Yeah. Miss Splitter is a pretty good 5-star stat stick with no real asterisk. One thing to keep in mind is you do need to use your burst with Misflitter. If you don't use your burst, you lose your stacks. And you're like, oh, well, this sucks. Right, you don't get the stacks from bursting or not being full energy. Misflitter's not as good. But otherwise, it's pretty good. Uraku Misuguri, which is the signature for Tiori, is a pretty good 5-star stat stick as well. Or maybe more like decent. It has the same stat profile as Farina's weapon, but it gives a little bit of normal attack damage, so it's a little bit better. But yeah. Next up, honestly, I'm gonna do most of the 4-star weapons all at once, right? Lion's Roar is fine. Iron Sting is fine. Umbrella is fine. Wolf Fang is fine. And Harbinger of the Deep is, or Harbinger of Dawn, sorry, is fine. Now, why are these weapons just fine? Isn't Wolf Fang bad? Oh yeah, I guess it kind of is. My bad. Why are these weapons not great? Honestly, yeah. Because her craftable option is fucking nuts. Now, it is worth mentioning, okay? Finale of the Deep only gives you attack. And on a character that is triggering Hyper Bloom and or Quicken, attack isn't as valuable. However, it gives you a lot of attack. It's high base attack, 27.6% attack percent. Okay, whatever. But then it gets you 24% attack. And up to 300 attack based on Bond of Life cleared. But from what I understand, this isn't just the Bond of Life that you get from the weapon. It's also just the Bond of Life that you clear, which means you are maxing this out. And this 300 attack is the equivalent of another 33%. So it has a passive that gives you the equivalent of almost 60% attack. And fortunately, that's still not enough to reach the 3k soft cap. That makes attack a lot worse. In her best teams. And so in her best teams, Finale of the Deep, Pog, free-to-play option. The one 4-star weapon that really contends with Finale of the Deep, because some of the other 4-stars are like almost as good or like ever so slightly better under very specific scenarios, like 1% or something. The only exception to that is Black Sword. Black Sword is a good 4-star stat stick. It generally tends to be at R1 somewhat similar to Finale of the Deep. At R5 upwards of like 10-ish% better in the Quicken teams, and barely better in the Hyper Bloom teams. At R1 it's worse, at R5 it's 4 to 5%. Yeah, in Hyper Bloom. In Quicken, it's about as good at R1 and a decent amount better at R5. But again, it gives you crit rate, but that being said, out of the crit rate weapons we've talked about, this is the one that gives you the least, so it's the one that's the least likely to overcap. But it can still overcap. In Quicken, it runs into crit rate overcap. I mean, it can run into crit rate overcap anywhere. But if it doesn't, but yeah, anyways. It is worth noting, Black Sword healing isn't enough to get you to breakpoints where you can use your skill earlier with only 2 attacks instead of 3. And it doesn't actually heal you, it just slightly increases your bond of life, which I guess technically heals you a little bit, but barely. And so it does actually help your survivability in a significant way. And but again, right? At low refine, it can even be worse, and at best it's like around the same. It's just at high refine that it becomes an actually reasonable stat stick option. So, if we were to sort these, why is Wolfang bad? Because she doesn't do skill damage. Her damage in her skill stance is all normal attack damage. But yeah, if we were to sort these, Absolution would be the best. Next would be Haran. Then I'd probably have Lo-Fi next. Although it's a bit worse in Quicken. Then Mist Splitter, then Uraku Mitsugiri. Then Freedom Sworn. No. Honestly, I'd probably have Black Sword over Jade Cutter. Alright, this is Hyper Bloom. I have it 3% above. I'll have Jade Cutter 3% above if you have like really min-max build for it. Again, 3% in Quicken, yeah. So basically, if you have your build perfectly min-max for Jade Cutter, or you aren't overcapped, Jade Cutter is slightly better, but barely. And it's a lot harder to min-max a build for Jade Cutter than for Black Sword. Yeah. And then Finale of the Deep, and then the rest of the garbage. Don't play it. Harbinger of Dawn, as nice as it is, and as much as crit is a better stat for her than attack is, Finale of the Deep is just such a fucking heavy stat stick. It just gives you so much attack that even if it's not as good, it's still good. For those of you that don't have an R5 Finale of the Deep, generally consider one of these 3 weapons. Lion's Roar a little bit ahead if you're looking at Quicken teams, and Iron Stick and Umbrella a little bit ahead if you're looking at Hyper Bloom teams. But don't craft more Iron Stings instead of Finale of the Deeps. That is asking about Dark Iron Sword R2. I am not going to dignify that with a response. I'm sorry. Alright, artifact sets. Woo! So, I've already talked a little bit about Thundering Fury and Fragments of Harmonic Whimsy. They can both be the best depending on which team you're playing, but I'd say that generally, you can make either of them work in different rotations in basically any team. I wouldn't recommend going TF if you're trying to do like a hyper team, because honestly it's just going to be hard to proc TF enough. When you're not doing one of the Dendro teams. But yeah, overall, generally it's going to be between one of these two for like your actual best option. That being said, Thundering Fury is an old set that not too many characters use. And Whimsy is a very, very new set that a lot of people haven't farmed enough yet. So, if you don't have either of those sets already farmed, what can you be looking at in order to use in the meantime? You can use Glad. Decent. You can use Echoes. Decent. Asterisk. Again, it's good. It's decent if you have low ping. I'm not entirely sure what the ping breakpoint is where you start losing hits. From what I understand, it seems to be around 50, but I have not tested that, so I can't say it for sure. Shimenawa's is actually decent because her burst is whatever. It's not bad, but it's not great either. Gilded, also decent. I don't know. Guild is really bad on Aggravate. Yeah, it's not great. It's not as good on Aggravate. But it's still not bad. Like, it's still better than a 2-piece 2-piece. Oh yeah, I guess I shall say.
You always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
But it has the exact same issue as Haran and Jade Cutter do, which is it gives a bunch of crit rate. It makes it a lot easier to overcap, and obviously, you can't use it with Haran or Mistsplitter or Black Sword because you're going to be Omega capped. What else? What else? What else we got? I guess Thunder Soother. Decent. Kind of it.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Desert Pavilion Chronicle. It forces you to start with a charge attack. You can't do a charge attack in burst. Holding your normal attack button will just make you spam normal attacks like Ayato. I guess that's actually a thing I should mention. So editors put that in. Which means you can't proc Desert Pavilion Chronicle after you use E, so you'd have to proc it before you use E. And like, it's not great.
You always have to seize the opportunity.
Like, I guess we can include it. Yeah. If you have a really good one, you can use it. But again, right? Like, basically everything other than the top 3 is... Actually, maybe other than the top 5, I guess. Okay. Any of these sets, you're playing while you're trying to farm for a better one. These sets, you're playing because you're not maining her. And you're fine having a slightly suboptimal set. And it's only these sets that you're really happy with. And again, right, Echoes, only if you have really low ping. Next up, artifact stats. Attack. Damage. Crit. Now, you can do EM, damage, crit in Hyper Bloom, in Quick Bloom teams. Or I guess just Hyper Bloom teams in general, if you really want to play her there. But like... you're coping. Like, it's not as good. Actually refresh my mind on how much of a damage increase it is on Hyperloom teams. I guess it's not that bad. Right? And you're losing... Oh, and some weapons you're actually gaining. Oh, I guess lo-fi. Yeah, okay, but that's cheating.
Come on, enough procrastinating.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. I take it back. It's not cope. Good only for Hyper Bloom / Quick Bloom. I don't want to type all of that. It's good for Hyper Bloom and Quick Bloom. But yeah. And now finally, the teams.
Balance, but
So,
I think this is pushing it.
we're going to mainly have Quicken. And for Quicken, we're going to have Quicken, Official, Healerless. Is that Lo-Fi bad for Quick Bloom? Did I? I don't think I said that. I said Lo-Fi not that great for Quicken, not for Quick Bloom. Lo-Fi is great for Quick Bloom. But yeah, going more into this, EM Sands, if I remember correctly, are actually slightly better with Finale of the Deep in the Quick Bloom and Hyper Bloom teams than Attack Sands, right? But again, right, you don't want to play EM Sands if you're not triggering Hyper Bloom. And so you're gonna have Quicken, Official, Healerless. You're gonna have Quicken, Official with Healer. You're gonna have Quicken, Beto. Isn't all her teams healerless? All her teams can be played healerless, but she can't heal the rest of her team, which means that it is still going to be a little bit harder to play than a general team that has a healer, and so it's still worth talking about the teams with healers, even if they're not as optimal.
Come on, enough procrastinating.
Quicken Beto. He has ER issues without official reminder if you burst every row. It doesn't matter for Beto, because you don't even necessarily want to use your burst, because the rotations are a lot tighter, right? Instead of being held back by 25-second cooldown on official, it's 20 on Beto. So the yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you don't you can burst if you have it, but you don't have to build around the burst. But anyways, we'll talk about them again, right? Like I'm just listing them out first. Quick Bloom, and for the sake of this I guess no. I'll just Quick Bloom, Farina, Healerless. Quick Bloom, Farina with Healer. Quick Bloom, Yelan. Hyper Bloom. Okay. And then I guess I'll also want to talk about Chevreuse, Hyper Carry, and what else? Phaser, sure. Okay. So, Quicken, Official, Healerless. is going to be one of the, like, two top teams, in my opinion. Taser needs another all-field electro, by the way. You can't do double hydro taser. Yeah, you can. What do you mean you can't do another... What? What kind of yapping is that? How do you swirl? You use burst. It's a lot more cringe, don't get me wrong, but it is doable. Anyways, generally gonna be Hog. Same for Quick Bloom Farina healerless. I think that, again, she is balanced around herself healing, letting you forego a healer in your team. And if you're not taking advantage of that, she is an underwhelming unit. Next up, Quick and Fischl with healer. I think it'll still be decent. The issue you run into here, right, is you're playing her, you're playing Fischl, you're playing Nahida, and then you're playing like a Nanimo healer, which is like... It's more so gonna be you're playing a Dendro healer like Baiju or Yao Yao. And like, yeah, it's just gonna be pretty decently worse, but at least you have some defensive utility, right? I say healer here, but that also includes a shielder like Kirara. You can get that resistance to interruption with that, which is nice. But yeah, overall, it's okay-ish. Quicken Beto, I think, is actually going to be pretty good as well. The main thing with Beto instead of Fischl is that you're going to end up in a situation where, I mean, you really want to use TF, right, in a team like this. You set your stuff up, use Beto, use Chlorine, start attacking, go refresh your VV, then back to Chlorine. And you end up with a rotation that is realistically going to be longer than 20 seconds. I really do not understand if good is better than decent. Yes, of course good is better than decent. That shouldn't... What? Is that really confusing? Am I getting one guide? Maybe it's not first language. But yeah, I guess. I guess it is worth mentioning. Good is better than decent. Oh yeah. This might be confusing, actually. Okay. Anyways, Good Bloom Farina with a healer is actually going to be pretty good as well. Unlike in the Fischl teams, or sorry, unlike in the Quicken teams, you still get some upside from bringing a healer. Which is that you're actually maxing out Farina's Fanfare instead of not doing that. But you're losing out on Fischl, most likely, right? And that's a pretty big hit. Actually, no, I shouldn't call it. It's decent as well. Losing out on Fischl is a pretty huge deal. Fischl is like almost as much damage as Chlorine in these teams, right? Like, keep that in mind. Fischl is really fucking good in Quicken and Quick Bloom teams, and losing her, you need to get a lot out of that to make that worth it. Now, with Beto, that can be the case, but it is worth keeping in mind. Chlorine's energy generation is not nearly as good as a unit like Rhydon's. And so the Rhydo dream is not being revived by Chlorine, unfortunately. Anyways, next up, Quick Bloom Elon. It's gonna be alright. I'd call it good. It's obviously gonna be worse than running with Farina, because you're only buffing Chlorine rather than buffing Chlorine and Fischl. But it's not going to be like an insane amount worse to the point where like it's unplayable with Yelan. It's still going to be pretty good. Now, if you wanted to play Singto in the slot, you start having too much Hydro to reasonably call that Quick Bloom, so we get into the Hyper Bloom stuff. And then for Hyper Bloom, you can either just do Singto as only Hydro, or you can do double Hydro. Hyper Bloom is going to be also good, but not great. Again, like the main thing with these Hyper Bloom teams where you don't have really good quicken up time is that there's just not much of a reason to play an Electro unit that deals good talent damage and needs to be on field if they're triggering a bunch of Hyper Bloom. And you'd be doing similar damage if you just build them fully M, and then you'd be doing similar damage if you played an off-field unit that didn't need the field time. And then you could get more damage from being able to spend your field time on someone else. Alright, that's the biggest obstacle. It's the biggest obstacle to Cyno, and Cyno has an EM bonus and direct EM scaling in his kit, which are things that Chlorine doesn't have, right? And then the faster application itself doesn't help as much in Hyper Bloom because you're not triggering Quicken, right? You're not triggering Aggravate, rather, or not a lot of Aggravate, at least. And so in like actual strict Hyper Bloom, it's still not necessarily a Cyno downgrade because Cyno doesn't have self-healing, Chlorine does. And so in terms of survivability, it's going to be a lot better. One of the biggest issues with Cyno is his survivability. But yeah. Next up, Chevreurs. I'd say it's decent. It's like on the lower side of decent. It's gonna be fine. But again, like at this point, you're just playing a Raiden downgrade. But it's still gonna clear fine. Hyper Carry starts getting into the iffy territory. It should be enough to clear, but it's a lot closer, let's just say. Alright, sorry, it's gonna be a lot tighter. Like, you might actually struggle to clear in time with something like this. And then Taser is gonna be alright. Like, it's gonna be a decent. One thing to keep in mind with Taser is, especially if you're playing double Hydro, you don't have another Electro unit, you don't have Electro Resonance. You might actually have to build a little bit of ER on her. Especially because her lack of off-field Electro application means that you can't get a VV buff on her. without using her burst. To some extent, that also applies to the Hyperbloom teams who are running like double Hydro or something. So just keep that in mind. When it comes to Chevreuse teams, I'm honestly not entirely sure how you'd want to build it. Like, realistically, I could probably see official Chevreuse Xiangling being the best way to build it. Or if you're worried about survivability, replace official with, or maybe replace Xiangling with EM Toma. Or something, I'm not, something like that. Like EM HP hybrid Toma to have a decent shield. Ugh. Yeah, it's, yeah. It is also worth mentioning that in some of these teams that are not the Quicken and Quickbloom teams, you are not necessarily triggering the reactions with her, which makes Thundering Fury and also stuff like Gilded or anything that buffs reactions less good. And it makes you more reliant on going Whimsy or even just something like that. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, honestly, I think that's kind of it for the pre-release. I hope you guys enjoyed. This is the first pre-release I've recorded, but I am planning on doing a pre-release on all 3 of the 4.7 characters. So subscribe. They're coming soon. True. For those of you in chat, I'm going to try to get all 3 done before Wuthering Waves release. Because otherwise I'm going to lose motivation. But yeah, so that's going to be it. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay! Cons? I didn't forget the cons. I already did them. Tell the editors? Yes, good idea. Recorded behind the release.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Ganyu Heart. Fuck it. What if I accept? Huh? What if I accept this co-op request? What are you gonna do then? What? Did I not accept? Bro, what the fuck? Damn. Probably someone else already accepted? Damn. Dodge. Transistor turns 10 today. Oh. Happy birthday, Transistor. Yeah, Chat. Okay, you know what? I actually want to talk about this, okay? I've praised Hades 2 a lot, right? So far. I want to shit talk it just for a short period of time, okay? Just for a very short period. Because I love the game, okay? It is going to be spoiler free, don't worry. I really love Hades 2. It's, in my opinion, an improvement on the first one in every single way. And it's amazing, and I love it. However, I hope there's no Hades 3. I want to see what Supergiant does next. I don't want to see a better Hades again. I want to see a new thing. I want to see where they can go, what they can do. As much as all of it is amazing, I knew they could do that because it's what they've already done, but significantly better. And like, yeah, these people are getting more experience. They're getting better at what they do. I want a game in a different genre. I want a new thing. I do not want Hades 3.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
An RPG Hades style would go amazing, bro. Imagine Dragon Fable, but it's Hoyo made. Or, sorry, not Hoyo made, but it's Supergiant made. Like, wouldn't that pop off? Like, wouldn't that pop the fuck off? Can we express hatred for Argent's skull? Why? You don't like the skull? Skull is good. It does so much damage. All the weapons in Hades 2 are really good in different ways. Like, they're all so different from one another. Like, I'm not surprised you don't like it. Because they all feel so different to play. But I like that they feel so different to play. The Beige Torch is the worst feeling for me. I love the torch as well. The hammer that makes the Omega attack cost 2 less is so sick. Or cost 3 less, sorry. It's so fucking nice. Got my hopes so high up for Hades 2. It's gonna live up to your expectations and then some. It's amazing. Like, I've slowed down playing a little bit. In the past week, I've probably played like an hour a day-ish, on average. As opposed to the, like, well, 50 hours I played in the first few days. I like Hades too, but I think a lot of enemies are cringe and force you to stay away from them if you're not bursting them down. They do! Yeah. Like, the combat design in Hades 2 is a lot more centered around range, which makes sense when your protagonist is a witch.
As in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while
And you have some things that are melee, and they're really fucking strong to make up for that, right? Like you look at Hera's boons, right? Fucking Hades 2 boon list. Or sorry, not Hera, sorry, Aphrodite. You look at Aphrodite's boons, right? Can I fucking find them, or am I an idiot? I'm an idiot, chat. Okay. Right? And it's like 250 at level 1 on a heroic,
let's go.
200 on epic. That is so much. That is so much more than the stuff that you get in the first game for melee stuff. Like it's the enemies are designed around you being ranged, and the melee stuff is stronger to compensate, which is good. Anyways.
In adventuring.
Sorry, I love Supergiant games. I love everything about Supergiant games. Like, how insane of a studio do you have to be to have released 5 games and the worst one is Transistor? Like, what? What do you mean the worst thing released by this studio is one of the best games I've ever played? What? What do you mean? I might say inspired but understandable. Yeah, I understand. I like the... I think Pyro's genre just is something I vibe with more than Transistor. Like if I were to rank them, I'd say Hades 2, Hades 1, Bastion, Pyro, Transistor. But I can understand Pyro being lower. I don't know, I feel like there's just something nostalgic about it. It kind of feels like a Flash game, in a way. And I just really vibe with it. Do a run in Hades right now? Bro, I don't want to gameplay time all my viewers away, dude. What the fuck? Aware. I'm checking all Supergiant games and they're all rated 9 out of 10. Please miss ones. No, they won't. You know, honestly, I think the most tragic thing about Supergiant Games is that the things that are the easiest to notice from a casual player's perspective, not necessarily casual, but like from just a player's perspective, are the music and the voice acting, in the sense that like you can attribute the music to the music guy, and you can attribute the voice acting to the voice actors. But it's really hard to directly associate each element of the gameplay with like the level designer, the combat, like, and I think that the most tragic thing is that they're all so fucking amazing at their job, but only some of them get the attention they deserve. Right? Like Darren Korb gets everything, all the attention and the praise he deserves because the music is amazing. The gameplay is also amazing, and I wish it was easier for me as a player to tell like who's contributing to what part. You know?
You always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Ashley is also great, yeah. Yeah, I was initially a little bit disappointed that Ashley isn't as present on the Hades 2 soundtrack as the first one. But, I mean, Aaron Yvette fucking banged it out of the park, you know? So, like, I'm not complaining. It actually did so well. Yeah, dude, it's, they're so good. Is Aaron Yvette big Ashley Barrett? Like Arlecchino is big Hu Tao? Oh. Okay, sorry. No more cooking for today. Yeah, maybe I'm taking it too far right now.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Is he off? Yeah, I'm off. Dude, pre-releases take so much out of me, man.
on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Oh, wait, chat. You guys need to see this one.
Father, whilst I was out ransacking your realm, I came across a peculiar shade by the name of vods.
I do not recall this name, boy. Who is this vods?
Both of these nuts, you miserable old man.
Such disrespect from my own kin. The likes of which I've not seen since Updog.
Updog? What's Updog?
No way.
It's so fucking good, man. It's so fucking good.
Father, whilst I was out...
It's so, okay. And it got on my TL because of this, and I haven't watched this one yet. Cannot ignore the god tier follow-up.
Can't believe he got me with that one.
Wow! It says here you died from extreme cringe? What's that about?
I don't want to talk about it.
What is up with you, boy?
Hey there, Zagman. Look, I heard about what your father did to you, man, and I am truly sorry. But listen here, your cousin's got a trick up his sleeve that will make your father regret getting up this morning.
Alright then.
Once again you made it up here. Using my own weapon, no less. And what is that unsightly aspect?
Do not like it, father. It is the aspect of Guan Yu, a mighty general whose only weakness was Ligma.
Who the hell is Guan Yu?
Ligma balls.
What?
Oh. Good one. Oh. Dude, I actually can't. He didn't even ask what Ligma meant. That was cheating. That's what makes it funny. Like, I don't think I can properly express how much funnier it is because he asked who's Guan Yu. But it is so much funnier. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, it's built on the fact that, like, you know how long a run takes, and it's like, yeah, bro, he kept that in his Zagrussi the whole run, waiting, excited to say Ligma balls, and he just, yeah, it's, listen, okay, it's funnier because of it. Whatever. You know what? Oh shit, I don't want to Alt F4 OBS, I want to Alt F4 Genshin. Whoa. Do I play Star Rail or Hades, chat? You guys get to decide. Okay, no one's saying Star Rail. Okay, everyone's saying Hades, that means you have to stay, okay? Don't leave! Hades is fun and pog. Please don't leave. Should I play Hades 1 or 2? I'm actually kind of down to play 1. I haven't played it in so long. It's actually been a really long time since I played Hades 1. Actually, that's not true. I played it a bunch while waiting for Hades 2 to come out, but still. It's just Hades. I'll do it. Hades.
Been here the whole time. Oh, yeah, boyo.
What should we play, chat? Ligma? What's Ligma? Do you max out everything? No.
You are as multifaceted as anyone I know.
Look at that.
No, I did not. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna play the aspect of Nemesis, because Nemesis, my beloved.
Nemesis.
Okay, what do I bring? What do I bring? What would be fun to bring? What would be fun to do? Feather? Meh. Speedrunning strats? Feather's not good for speedrunning. Butterfly? I'm not good enough for Butterfly. I haven't played in a while. Like, it's not gonna go well. Honestly, let's just go Aphrodite and figure it out along the way. Okay. We're gonna play on 2 forced overtime, I think. And EM4. No time limit. Middle management. I mean, okay, I should definitely just put a time limit instead. Yeah. Alright.
Do your worst, father. Lady Athena.
Alright. I'll take the dash. Like, dash is kind of brain dead, but I don't care.
Your wisdom guide me. Fool. Disappear. Yeah.
When will Hades do 2? Because I've played like 50 hours of Hades 2 in the past few days, and no Hades 1.
A gift.
Ah, I don't want to talk about it. I'm actually so used to like dashing right now. I gotta stop. We'll take the special. Because we're not spamming special, so it's fine if we go Dionysus on it. Hades 1 is more melee oriented, yeah.
Much better.
I'd be very happy with Afro attack. Oh, and we got a Chaos Gate too. Attack. Cast is not bad, but I really want to get the attack. It's common. I'll just take the cast, honestly. Try to go for a rare attack. More cast, that's ass. Woo! That's right damage, that's huge. Ares. I don't really want Ares. Why does it keep pausing? I have... Oh, wait, I don't have... No, I do have tight deadlines. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, it's there, right. I have a time limit. And the time limit gets paused when I pause the game. I don't really want... Actually, the call would be really good. Yeah, the call would be good. I'll go for it. I'm so bad. Yeah, the dash distance is fucking me up a little. Okay, give me the call, give me the call, give me the call, give me the call, give me the call. That's good. That's also good. Wow, that is really good, but I'll take that. Can you please minimize chat a bit? Sure. My dash is so small. Holy fuck. Divine dash. No! Okay. Hammer is great. How much left do I have on Chaos? 2? That's not bad. I think I'm guaranteed to have at least one other fight before the boss, so it's pretty good. Okay. Probably just Shadow Slash. Wait, does this apply to Dash Strike? It doesn't, right? Maybe Supernova's better then. I didn't get the double dash strike, Saj. Yeah, they're both good. Yeah, backstab is too good. Okay, this should be the last chamber where I have reduced dash distance.
My chaos boom switched to a new effect.
I don't really care about these. It's so weird having 2 dashes again, man.
Come, fishies.
Fishies.
Like this.
Knucklehead.
Knucklehead.
On. I'm an idiot. Why am I so bad?
That's a relief.
Palmer shop. I could palm the call. It's not bad. Wait, I keep forgetting that that I have a cast. I'll go for a shop. If I get Afro, it's really good. If I get health, it's alright. Athena's fine, actually.
Why not?
Okay, this is better. This is definitely better.
Strength of the goddess.
Getting exposed is very, very worthwhile.
Friends.
It's kind of crazy how much easier Hades 1 is after having played so much Hades 2. Like, it's just, yeah. Like, Hades 2 is just a really hard game compared to the first one.
Well, Father.
Hades 2 is more fun to me, more strategy. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Okay, I could go for Afro now. Try to get a high rarity thing. But I don't love it. Maybe I just go Sisyphus and just don't get a boon for it. Like, that wouldn't even be bad. Oh my god, they're all level 3? Yeah, I played this game a lot. I think I'll just get the money, honestly.
Go with that one.
Okay. I could sell the special, but ooh, that's nice.
Let's go up.
How many hours do you have in it? I have like 200 hours or something. It's not that much, but it is a decent amount. I thought I had more, honestly, but I guess
Let
not.
that sulfur smell. In the name of Hades.
Attack deals more. That's good. HP, also good. I can afford the time loss from this. We'll go for attack deals more. Health, Palm, or Hermes? Definitely Hermes. Hermes is so good in this game.
Get dead.
Yeah, like I keep fucking up, but it's like you barely get punished for most. Ooh, hyper sprint is great.
Moving right along.
An epic hyper sprint. How much heat does this run? This is 18. I still don't have all the unlocks, so I'm just doing that. Ah! I'm an idiot. Ah! Yeah, it's like getting hit by things in this game just deals less damage. And you have more HP. Well, that could be interesting, but I don't love it. I like this one. Could have taken the like full heal from. Oh, Grid on Crush Shot is good.
Let's see here.
No. Yeah, I'll take that. It's more forgiving, yeah. How much fair are you able to push for in Hades? 2? I got to 16. I haven't tried more than that yet. It's really intimidating though, because the fear is so much harder than heat. I mean, Hades 2 is so much more punishing. Yeah, it's like, it's a lot slower in the sense that there's generally less things going on at once, but if you get hit by a single thing, you get punished by it way more.
Olympus, I accept.
And it feels a lot less mashy and a lot more calculated, which I like a lot. I'll just go for this. It's kind of useless until I get to the final boss, but whatever. Like there, I got like Omega caught by a multi-hit attack, and I took like 8 damage. Right, like
On my authority.
in Hades 2, I would have taken 40. That's really good. I might roll for the damage per speed though, because it'd be really good. Honestly, I think I will.
Any other boons for me?
Fuck. I'll do it again. I believe. Fuck. Health. I don't trust myself not to get hit. I'm too rusty. I'll just get the money.
past him yet?
Do I go for Afro on upgrade? I guess so, yeah. Ah! Ah! What the fuck? Oh my, I got stuck and I didn't realize it. Okay, give me the attack. I'll take a common attack now if I have to. Oh. Or maybe I won't? Am I becoming a Dionysus build? Maybe I am. It's gonna make this fight harder, but it's gonna increase how strong my late game can be. Yeah, sure. I'll give it a shot. I haven't done a lot of Dionysus builds in Hades 1.
Well, look at you, Lerny.
So I guess I'm looking for Dionysus attack now, so I'll change to... Ah, I'm an idiot.
Not yet. You and me severed hides ahead.
Hey! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright. Did I turn on EM4? I did, right? I'm an idiot. I don't know why I did that. EM4 is so much harder than the others. Like, it's actually stupid to turn it on like this, but I don't know. The music is too good not to, man. It really is. Damn. It's kinda crazy seeing this now.
Enough of this place.
Hammer or palm. I still don't have my attack, so I'll go for hammer. Okay. So this is where it actually starts getting a little bit more difficult in Hades 1. Like, this is where you generally start taking actual, like, damage. Okay, but I'm missing. How am I missing every single cast? Like, that's kind of impressive, no? Okay. Shit. That's really unlucky. I didn't get special hits twice, which I would take now. I didn't get dash strike hits twice. I got this. I mean, if I'm going Dionysus, this isn't that bad, I guess. Use default keybind. I use default keybind for everything except call, I think. Except call and special. Like all of my damaging abilities are on my mouse. Yeah, I'll take this. I'd rather have my Dionysus Boon on a mini-boss fight, so I'll go for the money here. Ah! I wasn't paying enough attention. This kind of sucks. I don't want to get bombs before getting the attack. I want to get bombs after. What? Did I not kill it?
A form of power.
Probably just get this. Maybe I could have taken the ball. Oh. This is not actually good, because after the next one, I'm really likely to get the mini-boss fight, and I would rather get the mini-boss fight. Is there a reason to go to Dionysus Chamber? I'd rather... So I have a guarantee that I will... Whenever I'm offered an Olympian boon, it will be Dionysus. But only one time, from my keepsake. And I would rather get it offered on the mini-boss room, which is guaranteed to be rare or higher rarity, than on a normal room, which is the base odds. But in retrospect, seeing that I got a Dionysus thing right after as well, I wouldn't have done that. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Where is it? Mini boss. There we go. Like now, this is the mini boss room, and it has Dionysus on it. And I want to get a ideally rare or epic, or sorry, rare or epic attack.
Come on.
Bad. Dies of friend.
Enough. I yield.
You yield, huh? Alright, please! 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 Please give me the attack! Yes! Ooh, that's actually really good too, but epic attack I cannot turn down. There's no way I'm turning down an epic attack. Ah, fuck. Oh! Okay, whatever. The worst enemies in this game. God, I hate them. I don't think anyone likes them, though. They're so fucking. They're just so annoying. Chaos a little bad now. I really want Palm.
Some of Charon's wares.
That's fine, I guess. I have a lot of money, so I'll take it. I really need to get some upgrades on the attack. Okay, dude. Attack! Nice. That's huge.
Juicy.
Yeah, that's worth it. That's gotta be worth it. Definitely gonna take a seat now.
I'll take it, man.
Nah. Probably just take positive outlook. That's kind of good, but it's not really good versus Hades, so. It's alright.
Did what I had to do.
Revenge is good. Reduce damage is good. Reduce damage from traps is good. All of these are like alright. I don't trust myself not to fuck up in the Hades fight, so. This is still probably just better. Shop or Afro? There's a boon that makes you deal more damage to weak foes, but I don't care about it too much. I'll go for the shop. I'd rather get Dionysus if I can, and I'd definitely take max HP or healing. Nice, I got both.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, this is good. This is good. All three of these are good. This is probably the best one.
Rematch.
I always shall rise up to thwart your wicked plan.
I hate this game. Okay, am I an idiot? Oh, fucking 28. Jesus Christ. Should be dead. What? Oh my god, I'm awful. I am bad, okay. I can take my time a little here. I'm always too impatient on Theseus because he's so cringe and he keeps taunting you. Okay. Finally, motherfuckers down. Oh, fuck me, I didn't realize it was Demeter. No! We're fine, we're fine.
What a loudmouth.
Okay.
Until next time, good shade.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Happy to entertain you, shades.
Now we take Acorn. Acorn, my beloved.
Let's think about this.
That's interesting. Because this is kind of useful for the Hades fight, but not that useful. And 400 money is a lot, but I have so much money already, I don't need it. I'll take some healing.
Use this.
Sure.
One last stop.
I did, Lud, yeah. Okay. We have one Dionysus, one Ares, one Hermes. I think the Hermes is always worth it.
I can use this.
Fuck. Eh, that's pretty good, actually. I think the Dionysus is always worth it. The rest we'll see later.
Which one first?
Ooh, another Dionysus. That's really good. Both the Dionysus and the Palmer stuff I want to get.
Who else?
Oh, nice. Rat Room healed me to full, which is cool. Okay, man. I am so not used to satyrs anymore. It's gonna be cringe. Never mind. We're going. Rage, good sack RNG. Yeah, I'm actually. Well, I'm fine on timer, so it's actually alright even if I don't get good RNG. Oh, fuck off.
This blasted place again. Look out below.
Ah, fuck. I thought I dodged that in time, but I guess not. Where the fuck? Give me something good. Give me something good. Eh. Eh. I guess I'll just take this now, whatever. Let me take HP and then poem.
It's in here. Not yet.
I should take the money, fuck. Restore HP is good. Jerky's interesting, but nah, I'm good. Oh, I got good sack already. Huge. I guess I didn't need the restore HP. Do I go for the palm or do I just go in raw?
Passageways.
I think I'm just going raw. Here's something good. Weak effects are more potent, or you do more damage to weak foes. Like this. They're both good. Taking jerky? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, sure. Let's just go in.
See you, boy.
Is this the M4? Yep, it is. I am rusty, so this is not a guaranteed win. This is a good run, but it's far from a guaranteed win.
Crisp, cold air.
You've slipped by. Darkness.
I'm an idiot. Where the fuck is he? Where did it go? Okay, dude, that's... Okay, phase 2.
We are not finished.
What the fuck?
Let's see you run from chaos. Hand in hand.
Ah, minus 43. Fuck. Fuck, this is bad. All right, phase 3.
We are not finished.
Okay. We should be good, honestly.
No squirming out of this.
Woohoo! Let's go!
Boy, you speak none of this to anyone.
I take this boss fight over Chronos 10 times out of 10. I think Chronos is easier. in the sense that so many of your good damage options are ranged that you don't have to like risk shit for timer in the same way that you do versus Hades.
See you at home.
Like a lot of my high heat runs, I end up pretty tight on the timer, so I have to play Hades like really melee, really risky. And at least so far, that hasn't really felt like it's really the case for Chronos. It's not just more epic, yeah, that's true. But listen, I am waiting for Extreme Measures 4 in Hades 2. What's your highest heat? I never tried it above 32. I don't have it in me, man. I just, I do not. That's so good.
So complicated is the path to the well-hidden cottage of Persephone that surface walking Zajef on this particular occasion sadly zigs instead of zags, plummeting from off a precipice into most familiar waters.
No.
What does heat do? It makes it more difficult. Kind of like a difficulty slider.
I can't get used to that.
What the hell is Hypnos? I was looking forward to having him insult me. What the fuck?
Oh, hi.
Well done, child.
Good next.
Should check the garden.
I've heard that you've been doing great.
Well done, Zagreus.
Here's the catch of the day. Or night. More pets. More pets.
Depots. One day I'll get these. I kind of can't be bothered before though. Why won't you sing?
Wonderful.
Sing, Orpheus, sing! Maj. Anyways.
Haven't moved a muscle.
I believe that is going to be it. I hope you guys had a nice day today. I might make it a tradition to like finish the stream on a Hades run or something. We'll see. Yeah, I don't have the energy for